epic poem by Moses. It's kind of his last hurrah before he dies. And I thought, because, Yom Kippur starts Sunday night, that we should look at the Torah reading for Yom Kippur. But I realized that you probably studied that because it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was Nitzavim, which, do you all recall Nitzavim, people? Yes, no? Well, I thought it would be, I'm going to review that with you, but I thought what would be really interesting to look at this morning or afternoon, whatever, is the Haftorah, which is so famous by Isaiah, that we read on Yom Kippur, because we don't get to do the Haftorahs that often, and it's such a seminal, important one. It's so beautiful, and I thought then when you hear it, on Monday, it'll have a lot more meaning. So I've opted to teach the Haftorah with you, or to study the Haftorah with you, which is Isaiah 58. But we know that the Haftorah and the Torah portions are always connected in some way. And even on Yom Kippur, there's a connection that I want just to talk about for a second. So does anybody remember? I'm actually doing a little intro of it on Yom Kippur morning. What Nitzavim? Nitzavim means standing. The first line is Atem Nitzavim, you are standing before God. Does anybody remember it at all? Great. Shows you how much our teaching sink in. Anyway, it's really an important one. Yeah, hi. So it's one of the most famous Torah portions. We could have studied that, but I thought you already had studied it. Where Moses says, you were standing before God, and what he says is, which is very unusual, not just everyone, not just the princes and the leaders, but the women, the men, the children, the workers, the stranger, the poorest of the poor are standing here before God. And basically in this Parsha, Moses says, you have a choice. You have a choice to choose life and goodness, or evil and death. And he says, if you choose to follow the mitzvot and follow the commandments, the beautiful teachings, you will have a life. And if you don't, and in those years also, it's like, if you don't, it'll be the most horrible experience. You'll be cursed. He talks about curses. But then Moses says, choose life. Choose life. This is a very big thing in Judaism, one of our kind of mottos. Choose life. So that you and your children may live and thrive in the land that you are going to go. Because when he's doing this, it's literally on the border before the Israelites are going to enter the land, and he is not going to get to go. The whole book of Deuteronomy, the last book, is this series of speeches and pleas, and it's the living will of Moses. Rabbi Leader talks about leaving a living will, leaving your legacy, leaving all your wisdom by writing it down. And this is kind of, Deuteronomy is like a living will to the people. And so he's reminding them and begging them and warning them. And he's saying, choose life so that you may live. So I want to ask you, before we go on to the Haftorah, what does that mean, choose life so that you may live? I mean, isn't that kind of obvious? Choose life so that you may live. What does that mean to you, Merle?
How you choose to live your life and what you choose to pass down to your children, grandchildren, whoever. Okay, yes. But the whole sentence is choose life that you may live and your children may live in the land that God has given. We all can't live necessarily in Israel, though it would be nice, but it's not an option. But I think that choosing life means how you pass yourself on to others in your community. Okay, beautiful. Anybody else? Pnina?
I think that's what
Pnina. I'm calling up Pnina. Go ahead, Pnina.
Okay, I have to unmute, right?
You're unmuted. Now you muted. You were unmuted. Pnina, you're muted now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
I think it's like, how much are you willing to preserve in order to keep your identity? Or how much are you willing to change to do what the others are doing in order to lose your identity or keep your identity? So
Well,
when
he does, yes, does warn and say, do not follow the idols.
that's the whole thing. Now we are seeing it today too. People protest. How much do you want to change before you lose your identity? So
Okay,
it's a very personal question. So he's telling them to think about it.
okay.
They're
Ben,
about to enter a land where other nations live there. So everything that he was teaching them now, it's going to be put to a test.
it's going to be challenged. It's going to be
Exactly.
challenged.
So
That's
how much
interesting.
are you going to maintain your identity, and how many changes are you going to be willing to make or not make? That's the whole thing.
Very interesting. Ben.
A very kind of original thought. I was more mundane to choose life, to live, instead of being a zombie sitting in front of the TV all day, but to get out there and do things, whether it's being involved in the community or the synagogue or with your family or tilling the field, that you're living and doing and being productive.
Yeah, I think that's another very good interpretation. I like all of these. Choose what kind of life. Are you going to exist? Or are you going to live? Are you just going to, go through the motions and exist? Or are you going to have a meaningful life, a life of, intention and purpose and something fulfilling? Or are you just going to, and Moses is saying, to get that kind of life, you follow the mitzvot, you follow the Torah. So that's, what Moses's message is. Anybody else have a thought about choosing life? Yes, Eric. But you're muted.
There I am. Okay, you have this old saying, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So you keep taking steps, step every day. You have to think about the steps. That's choosing life. Every step is a choice, and you keep making those choices, and you're choosing. You're creating the life you choose.
You are creating the life you choose. I actually almost wrote a sermon, which I didn't end up writing, about that idea, but I found this great other quote in Proverbs. It says, "A righteous man falls down 7 times and gets up." So I was thinking, also, sometimes you're taking these steps and you fall, but you get up and you keep going. So I love that, because the two of them together really signify something. Yes. Anyone else have any thoughts on choose life so that you may live? Yes, Donna.
What you just said about falling down 7 times to get yourself back up, I can relate to that, and I really appreciate you saying that.
Thank you. I think we all can. And my thought was 7 times for a righteous man. How many for us? How many times do we fall down and get up? So yes, I think it's all about that.
Have to remember to tie your shoes.
Yes, that's true too. Any other thoughts on that before we, yes, Susan, hi.
Yeah, it's not necessarily an other thought. It's what some others were saying, but I had that same thing. There are roadmaps that God gives us in the Torah, and there are various times he says, the statement is, choose this path and you'll have a long life. And I don't remember all the statements, but he's giving us the blueprint for a good life, and not only for us individually, but more so for a community and building a righteous community. And that gives its inhabitants a good life. So
Yes, thank you. So now we're going to look at I don't know if Susan, you logged on. I said we're going to look at, oh yes, Rebecca, sorry, go ahead.
I think he said that because there's a lot of despair and deprivation in the world, and here they were going to travel, across the Jordan, where one set of spies said it was good, and another set of spies said it wasn't good, and that they needed to remember that they may find difficulties as they go into their new life situation, and to stay strong, pull themselves up by their bootstraps, so to speak.
Beautiful. So now we go to Isaiah, and this is the Haftorah for Yom Kippur. Now, this is interesting about Isaiah. Scholars say there were two Isaiahs. The first Isaiah lived in like 800 BCE, and he was doing a lot of warning and a lot of doomsaying, basically. And what happened around in the 50s, that the whole northern Israel where he lived was invaded by Assyria and basically carried off, and their whole society was destroyed. Some of the Israelites moved to there were two kingdoms at that time, the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah. They split in like a civil war after King Solomon died. And they had separate kings. They had the exact same religion, everything the same, but it was like two different kingdoms. After that one was destroyed, a lot of them went to Judea. That was the name of the other kingdom. And that's why we're called Jews, because we're from Judea, Yehuda. And the second Isaiah lived like 200 years later. He's called Deutero Isaiah, or second Isaiah. And this was after the temple was destroyed. And all his messages are about comfort and support and love and giving hope. And the biblical scholars looked at them and said, this is two different writers, one, and there's and the references to the destruction of the temple and some of his, writings tell us that it didn't happen when the original Isaiah lived, which was 200 years before. So, but the rabbis, when they put together the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, they combined the two of them. And the Haftorah for Yom Kippur is from the second Isaiah, from the comforting Isaiah. But it's very specific and not that comforting, but there's some comfort in it. It's beautifully written, and we're going to look at what he says. And it's totally geared to Yom Kippur. The rabbis found this one chapter in the book of Isaiah that's completely referring to Yom Kippur and how we're supposed to observe Yom Kippur. And the result will be this beautiful image of light, will be a light to the nation, so to speak. So I love it, and I want to share it with you, which I will do. Wait, no, that's not how I do it. Hold on. I have to say share screen first. And here it is. Okay. So, and all the imagery is also for Yom Kippur. So, I mean, it's perfect. And so, all right, so and it's poetic, beautifully poetic as well. So who would like to start reading? And then we'll sort of pick it apart and look at it. Who would like to read? Somebody? Susan Ehrlich, you read.
Unmute. Cry from the depths, says God. Do not hold back. Lift up your voice like the shofar. Tell my people their transgression and the house of Jacob their sin. Yes, they seek me daily, as eager to learn my ways, as if they were a nation that does what is right and has not abandoned God's law. They ask me for the right way, eager for God's nearness.
Okay, so what does this mean? Cry from the depths, says God. Do not hold back. Lift up. This is God talking to Isaiah. So Isaiah said, this is what God said to me. Really open your mouth and speak from your heart, Isaiah, on my behalf. Don't hold back. Lift up your voice like the shofar. So what is the symbolism of the shofar? What is the purpose of the shofar, especially on the high holidays?
Well, it calls people to attention. Wake
up. So it's great that it says, lift up your voice like on Yom Kippur, which is coming up or is during this time. Wake up, people, pay attention, and tell my people their transgression and the house of Jacob their sin. It's poetic to say house of Jacob is separate, another reference to the Jews. However, today, I think it's interesting that in the Orthodox world, Beis Yaakov refers to the women. a Jewish, an Orthodox woman's school, all girls school, is called a Beis Yaakov, house of Jacob, and a yeshiva is for a boy. But so I don't know if they're saying the implication is tell everyone, men, women, children, everybody, tell them what they are doing wrong. Yes, they try to seek, they say they're seeking me daily or eager to learn my ways. And maybe that means, how would you seek God daily in ancient Israel before the, in the time of the temple? Would you think? You would be giving sacrifices. You would be coming in and sacrificing. So yes, they come and give sacrifices. They want to, get in my good graces, as if they were a nation that does what is right, as if, and has not abandoned God's law. They asked me the right way, eager for God's nearness. It's like, people who are they're hypocritical. They pretend to be religious, but they're not really. They have abandoned my laws, and we're going to find out exactly which laws Isaiah says God. So we're hearing Isaiah speaks for God. He's telling everybody what God said to him. So right now, it's Isaiah saying, this is what God said to me to tell you.
Sounds like God is nagging.
Nagging?
Yes.
Well, why would you call that nagging if people are being
it's just sort of, looking for issues rather than trying to look at the big good picture.
What's the big picture in your?
Just that that they are headed in the right direction. They may make some mistakes, but
okay,
they're going where they should be going.
Okay, well, let's see what he's talking about, and I'm going to be curious to see if you still agree, and you might still agree. Hold on, and why don't you read, Eric?
Bring it up.
Number 3 and 4.
All right. They say, why did we fast, and you did not see it? We afflict ourselves, and you do not know it. Because even on your fast day, you think only of desire, while oppressing all who work for you. So
Isaiah is saying, people say, we fasted, we suffered for you, for God, and you don't even acknowledge it.
It's never enough, yeah.
But God's saying, because even on Yom Kippur, you're still making your workers work, you're still doing business, you're still not really repenting or making teshuvah. Even on your fast day, you only think of desire, of how can I make more money? How can
that's easy enough for God to say, but God doesn't have all these problems that humans do. So
do you think that it's okay to oppress people because you have problems?
No, of course not. I'm just saying, I just was using the word NAG, and maybe it was wrong.
Okay, read one more, Eric.
Because your fasting is filled with strife, and with callous fist you strike. No, your fasting this day will not lift up your voice before heaven. You got to be consistent, is what that's clear.
Okay. Yes, Cindy.
This,
you froze.
to me, goes with Isaiah's view that ritual is meaningless. It's who you are as a person and your intention in doing good deeds, not just performing the rituals rotely.
Yeah.
Yes, you're fasting, but you're still oppressing your workers. You're still being cruel. You're still being greedy or whatever. And you say, I go to on Yom Kippur, and I find it interesting that today there are people who they don't do anything. They don't go to temple even. They don't do anything Jewish, but they fast on Yom Kippur. I'm fasting, and I think, what? I'd rather you ate and did good deeds. I mean, I don't think, but I've met people like that. Oh, I'm fasting, so that's my Jewish thing for the year. And I think, give tzedakah and eat all you want, and I think God would be happier about it. So this is what's fascinating, is that this is going on, written like 600 or 586 or 570 BCE, and it's the same behavior. Nothing has changed. It's the same behavior. People are doing business. People are, we hear about, religious people in every religion. They're so outwardly pious and they're so corrupt or behaving terribly behind the scenes. Okay, so
using their putative religiousness to get advantage over other people by putting them down.
Absolutely. Okay, so
Rabbi, may I say something?
yes,
I
of
agree.
course.
I agree with you 100%. We have to have a conscience, and if I do something wrong, I immediately, oh Lord, I shouldn't do that. I don't know, I shouldn't do that. Help me be stronger. Help me walk a path of righteousness. And then I eat, and we have homeless children out here, and I make food for them. I actually made more food than I have got for myself. Not bragging, but just saying it makes me feel good. They go, "You care if I'm hungry?" I said, "God cares if you're hungry," and that's
You
what I
care
try to
too.
do.
It's
Yes.
even more meaningful if you care and
I
do
do.
it. That's the mitzvah.
It breaks my heart to see them hungry.
That's beautiful. Okay, so now, Merle, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I'm thinking about people, you said, but I'm fasting. I'm thinking about people that only come for the memorial service. And they
Right.
get upset that you need tickets, that temples require you to have tickets.
Well, you actually don't need tickets for Yisker.
Well, I know, but for everything else, they have a problem with that. So they take advantage of the free tickets and they come for the memorial service. That's their Yom Kippur.
Well, I'm not going to judge those people because
No, you can't.
Yeah, no, it's if you're doing business, if you're oppressing people, I'm going to judge you. Okay, but here, Merle, as long as you're there, why don't you read 5 and 6?
Is this the fast I desire, a day to inflict body and soul, bowing
Your
head like a reed, covering yourself with the sackcloth and ashes? Do you call this a fast, a day worthy of favor of Adonai?
Okay, so you think fast, not eating, inflicting yourself, and then putting your tallis over your head, or begging and being so outwardly pious. Is this the fast? Do you call this a fast? Go ahead, Merle.
Is not this the fast I desire, to break the bonds of injustice and remove the heavy yoke, to let the oppressed go free and release all those enslaved?
Keep going.
Is it not to share your bread with the hungry and to take the homeless poor into your home and never to neglect your own flesh and blood?
Okay, so this is the fast I want. Fast from injustice and oppressing people and releasing all those enslaved. So we're looking at a time when there were oppressed and there were slaves. And to share your bread with the hungry, it's the exact opposite of fasting. Feed people. Take the homeless poor into your home. That's unbelievable. And then never to neglect your own flesh and blood. So neglecting your own family, your own kin, holding grievances and grudges and neglecting them, or your children for the sake of business, or your wife, always just trying to aggrandize yourself and become, enriched by material things. No, the fast I desire. So again, who said Cindy? If it's between ritual and ethical behavior, here Isaiah is saying, our prophet is saying, ethical behavior is the holiest thing you can do. And the rituals are nice, but they're supposed to bring you to the ethical behavior. The reason to fast is to think about your life without thinking about anything material. It's to go to the core of who you are. But if you're fasting and you're still doing those terrible things, the fast is completely useless. And better you don't fast and you do the good deeds. Okay, now here is the beautiful thing. Okay, Ben, why don't you read this? 8.
Thank you, Rabbi. Then shall your light burst forth the dawn, and your wounds shall quickly heal, and your righteous one leading the way before you, the presence of Adonai guarding you from behind.
Go ahead.
And then when they cry, Adonai will answer.
When you cry,
Adonai will answer, And when you cry, we'll respond, I am here.
Okay, I want to stop this because, first of all, what does that mean, do you think? Then shall your light burst forth the dawn, and your word wounds so quickly heal. What do you think that means?
May
Anybody?
I speak? May I say?
Yeah.
I think it's like when I go to Children's Hospital to play piano for the sick children, and I don't have a lot of money. I couldn't come to Temple this year because someone robbed me of my money, my towels, and I couldn't pay for the ticket. But I'm listening on Zoom. I think it means that you're in your heart, what's in your heart, and how you treat others. People remember how you treat them, how you make them feel, how you love your neighbors, how you treat your family, how you treat everyone. Don't look at someone because they're rich and famous, but because you care for the poor.
Okay, beautiful. And what does this mean? Now, I think this is one of the references that Christians use for Jesus. I'm not sure. And you're righteous one leading the way before you in the presence of Adonai, guarding you behind. But let's say, let's stop the share for a minute. Where's pause share? Stop there. What would be your righteous one will lead you? What do you think that would mean? You're right, and God will be behind. Who would be your righteous one?
Doesn't that mean God has got your back?
God has got your back. And but what is this? Your light shall burst forth the dawn. I think that's a reference to this, that we're supposed to be a light into the nations, that we're supposed to bring light into the world. The Kabbalists definitely say that's one of our goals, to bring light into the world, and and the righteous one. I don't know if the righteous one is, I really, honestly, I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't think it's just, unless they're talking about the Messiah coming, or the righteous one just being any pure leader.
Yes.
Any pure leader.
Yes.
Would be your righteous one. A rabbi, a priest, a king. Your king will lead you. At that time, there was some prophets still. They were in Babylonia. And maybe then your prophets will lead you, your priests will lead you. But what I love is it says, and then you will call God, and God will say, Hineni. And why is that so significant? Does anybody know why God saying Hineni is so significant? Susan, do you know? Yeah.
Yes, because the worst thing is when God turns his face from us, when God is absent or silent and withdraws. I guess that's also a kind of mystical thing. But then to say, I am here, I am with you, is very powerful, Hineni. And light has so many meanings. Enlightened. You'll be enlightened and see things clearly. You can't in the dark. So I think looking at all the ramifications or extended meanings of light, when you say it burst forth as something.
And if we think of the opposite of darkness.
Exactly. And then I think it's very, God often asks, where are you? He did for Adam. He knows where Adam, God knows where Adam is, but where are you ethically or morally in my world? And I think the questions Cain too. And the notion of God being absent, or if not absent, not showing his face, is abandonment.
Okay, that's good. Great. Anybody else have a thought?
Rabbi, may I say something about God having our back?
Just a second. First, Penina,
Okay.
then.
Okay.
Penina.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think coming from a mentality of tribes, of groups, people felt that there is more strength in numbers. And I think also that reacting to a positive is a very good thing for the human spirit. So when, first of all, he tells them that they're not alone, he's there, so they're never alone. So there is this feeling of strength in numbers. And then he is giving them the okay that what they're doing is okay. is there. It's the positive side of approving an act, which we all needed. We all know that people react better when they are being, I would say, I don't want to use the word like bribed into, but I would say the mental stability would do better if you are coming from a positive reinforcement, from a positive point of view, that somebody agrees with what you're doing.
Right, not but. The word hineni is very powerful in the Torah. When God calls onto Abraham, says Abraham, and he says hineni, and he does it to Moses, and he says hineni, and hineni is only used at certain times, and it means I am ready to do whatever. I am fully present. I am willing. I am open. Yes, what? It's like, when there's people you say, will you do me a favor? And they say, well, what is it? And then there are people who say, yes. What's the favor? Yes. They don't even know. And hineni is yes. And the fact that Isaiah says God will say hineni, which is I've never read that anywhere before, that God says hineni, and God will say
positive reinforcement.
I am here completely open and willing and there for you if you do these things that I consider the fast that I want, with helping the oppressed and feeding the hungry and not neglecting your family. And I think it's interesting that your light will burst from the dawn. Your light will burst, not the light of the sacrifices, not the fire that you're bringing your animals. It's a completely different light. It's the spiritual light. It's the holy light. It's a soul light. And that's what Isaiah is saying, that your light will emanate from you, and I will say hineni. So I think what Isaiah, and this is Isaiah's vision of a God that human beings can emanate and bring light into the world, and that God will respond with hineni. It's very beautiful and poetic kind of writing and imagery from this Isaiah. So where am I? Let's see what else he has to say.
I wanted to share something, but if let me know.
Go ahead.
Rabbi gave us that sign, no hate, love, justice, and peace. And the person that stole my towels and destroyed that and said he hated Israel, he died last week.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. I wanted to tell you the Lord took him home.
All right, thank you. Okay, and then the second part, Ben, were you reading, Ben?
I'd be happy to, Rabbi.
Okay.
So are we on 10?
Finish the end of 9.
Oh, thank you. If you remove the chains of oppression, the menacing hand, the malicious word, if you offer your compassion to the hungry and satisfy the suffering, then shall your light shine through the darkness, and your light become as bright as noon.
And it's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful image. Also, when we do the al-Chetz, which we're going to do on Yom Kippur, where we, hit our chest and we talk about for the sin of this and the sin of that, I would say 75% of those sins are verbal. It's gossip, it's cruelty, it's bullying, it's nastiness. It's from the malicious word. The menacing hand, yes, but the malicious word is very powerful, and a lot of our sins come from the malicious word. And there's a midrash that the reason that the tongue is hidden behind both a set of teeth and a set of lips is to keep in the malicious word and to make us think before we open our mouths.
Wow, Rabbi. Wow, that's what he was doing to me. He was bullying me, taunting me, hating Israel, and he died.
Okay, well, that's...
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what, if you offer your and then your light, this light. So,
the light was the first thing that was created back on Rosh Hashanah long ago.
Exactly. And
yeah.
Do you have more to say about that light?
No, I just was bringing forth the meaning of light as it was I mean, it's right there at the beginning of Genesis.
It's right there, and yet the moon and sun and stars are not created till the fourth day. So what is that light? The rabbis, the sages have debated about what is that light, because it's pre any orbs or planets.
I
Go
have
ahead.
a theory. I have a
Please.
theory.
I want to hear it, yeah.
Light is information.
Oh,
Light is information. It's what we've learned is to understand and use as.
So do you think that's what God created first, information?
Or information created God. They're both. It's very much put together, because otherwise you have trouble understanding. You have this body, and then you have this thing inside that's thinking, and
Right.
the connection is difficult. I'm just getting into all sorts of weeds. So just go ahead, Rabbi.
No, I think it's very interesting, because what is this light that's going to shine? The word is, they've said it's the primordial light, the first thing in creation. And you could say it was the Big Bang. You know what I mean? If you want to be a scientist, the first thing was this incredible light, the light of creation, the light of whatever, of all everything that exists comes from this original light, which I think is pretty amazing, because, all right, we know that this story is our myth. It's our creation myth. But if you look at other creation myths, a lot of them are very violent. There are wars, the gods are swallowing each other and they're jumping out and they're killing them and this and that. And in the Jewish creation myth, it starts with this incredible light. And yes, it stands for enlightenment. It stands for all, light always has all these positive connotations. And now Isaiah is saying, this is your light. You contain some of that primordial light within you, perhaps. And there's a Kabbalistic idea that every human being possesses the divine spark, which is also the divine light within you. We all have the divine spark. That's our soul, but it's the best of us, the goodness in us. And that's what
information. It's
more than information. It could be information, absolutely, but it includes information, yes, because it's a loving kindness, a goodness, an impetus to bring holiness and light to everything we do. So it's not always from your head. It's sometimes from your emotional space, which you could say is head too. But yes, absolutely. Okay. Wait, there was someone, Ivan, did you have your hand up? Yes.
I was going to say, for one thing, it's simply the opposite of darkness. And in darkness, we stumble. Darkness is cold. Light is warmth.
Darkness is chaos. There's no the information is is raw and unusable.
You can't even recognize people.
Yeah.
In the dark. So
that's right. That's right. And actually the rabbis say it's also depression. And the rabbis say, of the 10 plagues, when darkness was one of the plagues, we know, Choshech, that it wasn't just physical darkness, but it was psychological and emotional darkness. And people were like so devastated and depressed as well. And that was part of the plague. So it's interior and exterior is darkness. Mm. So I like that. Thank you. Okay. Penina and then Ben.
Okay. There is a sentence in Hebrew. We say, "Achaim ve'amavet beyad halashon." Life and death are in the hand of the tongue. And the meaning of the word sarcasm and criticism comes from the word Greek to tear flesh. So I think a book of Isaiah was written because of his power of the words. And so are all the other prophets. And I think to give them positive reinforcement constantly for even if it's a minute thing that they start with, just to recognize that they are human. Just to recognize that there is maybe a higher power that can give him life or death. That's why the book the whole book of the prophets were the strength of the tongue, how they presented themselves and how they presented the words to the people. So again, I'm saying that the positive reinforcement could be just a small little thing that you do right, but you keep being praised for it, want you to make more. So
That's true.
just remember the sentence, החיים והמוות ביד הלשון, life and death is in the hand of the tongue.
Thank you.
Could be words could fasten into an abscess, excuse my language, and
Yes.
become a killing force. And we
It's
know
true.
that.
We do know that. We do know that.
From history. So those books supposed to give us comfort. So we take as much as we can get. That's it.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, Ben.
Well, what an interesting discussion today, Rabbi. Thank you. And two comments. One about light being informational. We know that today in our digital age, light is the fiber cable is the big information travels, but light is also energy. And, photosynthesis, solar energy, what have you, it's an energy creating things. And then just as you started, Rabbi, to choose life, to choose to have life, light is sort of creating things. So as somebody enters a room and they have, an aura or light or good energy, you feel that light and they're hopefully creating something positive with it. So light really crosses over to sort of where
Absolutely.
we started in my mind.
I agree. And also we cannot live without the sun, without light. We cannot survive without that, which actually, as we know, photosynthesis, it fosters growth. It, creates life or perpetuates life. So it's like such a rich passage. Okay, let's continue. Let's see now. Where are we? Okay. All right. Your light will be as bright as noon. Who hasn't read? Cindy, do you want to read?
Here. Adonai will guide you always. Slake your thirst in parched places. Give strength to your bones. You shall be like a well-watered garden, an unfailing spring.
Oh, what a beautiful writer he is. He's such a poet. Okay, God will slake your thirst and where you're thirsty, and you shall be. Okay, so what is he talking about? What does that mean? This is all metaphorical. So what is it referring to?
God's going to nourish you.
And then you'll be like a well-watered garden, and therefore an unfailing spring. What do we get from a well-watered garden and an unfailing spring?
Life.
Growth,
substances.
Substance.
It's kind of like what you just said about what growth, what the sun does and light does for growth. That's the sentence that puts it all together.
Nourishment and nourishing. You'll be able to be nourishing to others. You will be so rich with nutrients of goodness. It's your thirst in parched places, and it's literal and it's metaphorical at the same. Your parched places could be your soul, could be your sadness, could be your troubles. Give strength to your bones so you can face whatever you need, and you will be watered and you'll be enriched. Okay, continue.
That's
Cindy.
what you do, Rabbi, with this study. That's what you do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Cindy.
From you, they will rebuild ancient ruins, lay foundations for ages to come. And you shall be called the one who mends the breach and brings back the streets for dwelling.
Oh, so I think this is a reference to the destruction of Jerusalem. I think this is like you are going to go back because he was talking to some people, perhaps in even Babylonia. We're not sure, but you're going to go back with your strength and love and support from God, and you're going to rebuild the temple and rebuild our city of Jerusalem. And you will be called the one who mends the breaches and brings back the streets for dwelling. These ruins have to be Jerusalem, which were devastated. So he's telling them how important they are, how important they will be if they just act in an ethical way. There'll be so many blessings for them. Okay, and then I love this. Who hasn't read? Donna, why don't you read 13?
Okay, hold on. 13. Okay. Wait a second. If you cease to trample Shabbat, stop pursuing your stop pursuing your affairs on my holy day. If you call Shabbat a delight, a holy day of Adonai, honored, and if you're honoring God by not doing business or speaking of everyday matters, then shall you take pure delight in Adonai. I will lift up your journey on your to the highest and places and nourish you from the heritage of your father Jacob. For this
spoke Adonai.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I have a
That's
small
okay.
font.
Okay, so just so you know, a holy day of Adonai honored, because in Hebrew it's honoring the Shabbat. So if you call Shabbat a delight, a holy day, and if you honor your God by not doing business or speaking of everyday manners. So okay, it stops here.
May I ask a question? Does that mean you can't sing in Vegas on Shabbat?
You can't sing in Vegas. You shouldn't. No.
Oh, okay, I have to. Oh, Lord.
So if you, why is Shabbat constantly, do you think, brought up? Shabbat is all the time, honor Shabbat, honor Shabbat. Why do you think it's so prevalent in all of the reminders? Cindy?
Because they weren't honoring it. They were doing business. If they had to mention it this many times, it's just to remind the people and hopefully to change their behavior.
To change their behavior, yes. Ben, do you have your hand up? No. But I mean, so let me ask you, Shabbat, I think I've said this before, was a radical idea in the ancient world. There was no such thing that people rested once a week, that they're slaves, they're workers, that they stopped it. This radical idea. And that I even said the ancient Romans thought the Judeans were lazy and crazy because they rested. And now the whole world rests. I think every culture has a day off. I'm pretty sure. I've never heard of a place where there isn't a day off. This radical idea. So would you say Shabbat is one of the, when we think about our contributions to the world, I think Shabbat is one of them that we've given the whole world. Is there anything else, do you think, we've given? Eric?
I have a theory which is not widely accepted, but my theory is that Moses was the person that invented alphabetic writing, which has since spread to the entire universe. I mean, writing is fundamental to the whole idea of the Torah. And it was, as far as we know, it was invented by a Semitic group of people in Egypt at about the time that this happened. And so it doesn't say that Moses did it, but if you imagine, it's perfect. He has to get this word out to these people, the Egyptian hieroglyphics, which he understands because he was raised as an Egyptian, and is too cumbersome and hard to understand. But if you have this quick, easy step around, then everybody can learn to read and write, and we're all set. We're ready to go.
But
total theory. Never mind.
Theory.
Thank you, Rabbi. I think I'll put my contract. I don't work on Shabbat, Saturday, Sunday.
No, it's Shabbat. So this is what we are talking about in Yom Kippur, and we read this on Yom Kippur, and I'm thinking that if you were gonna not fast, or what fast, if we were going to talk about it, like what fast are you going to do this year? Or you don't even have to answer it, but we should think about what fast will I do this year that is from Isaiah. And we know the people were it's very hard. Eric said it was, nagging, but it's constantly hard. We're constantly falling off the mark and then getting back up and trying to go further. What's interesting is we read this in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we read Jonah. We read the story of Jonah, which is so different from Isaiah, and it's actually about if does anybody see anybody see any reason that we would read Jonah for Yom Kippur afternoon? We know the story, right? Do you know all this story? Does everybody know the story? Think about Jonah, not the part about the fish. That's God calls to Jonah and says, I have this task for you to go and warn the people of not a Jewish city, of Nineveh, to repent. We don't know what they did. And Jonah's response is to do what? Does anybody remember or know?
To run away.
He runs away. He's like, no, he's the opposite of Isaiah. Isaiah is coming with a warning, a message, a beautiful metaphor for the rewards if you listen to God. And then in the afternoon, we read about this guy who says, no way am I going to go and warn these people. So which one do you identify with? Who do you identify with? What would you do? Do you have any idea? I don't know that I would be so willing to go warn a whole city. You repent and you get this voice, and I think he's more us.
I have
Jonah.
to quit my job to warn the whole city.
I'm sorry?
I have to quit my job and go off and warn the city.
Yeah, we don't know if he had a job, but whatever he did, he was a very unhappy guy to begin with. But
Right.
I mean, it's very interesting that I think he's the more normal guy, even though the whole story has.
Yes, and no, it's a yeah. He does everything right, and everything collapses on him, and yeah.
Well, he
Okay.
doesn't do anything right. That's why I think he's more like us. He says, no way, I'm not going. And he goes and runs and gets on a ship. And he goes on the ship, and there's a storm on the ship. And everybody else, all the other sailors and are terrified, and they're sacrificing and praying to their God. And Jonah goes down to the bottom and takes a nap. He's sleeping. He's avoiding at all costs. He doesn't want to do this until finally he admits that he's a Jew and that he didn't follow what God's command was, and they throw him overboard because he's such bad luck. And that's the whole idea of a Jonah on a ship comes from this story. And okay, what do you think it means? And I do not have an answer. That he was swallowed by a fish. What does that mean to you?
A mammal, not a fish.
Okay, a mammal. He was swallowed by something. Okay, Penina.
Well, God incorporating animals into the picture, it's not the first time. We have with Abraham and the deer that was coming to his
ram. The ram.
The ram came to Isaac's rescue.
Yeah, but swallowing a person.
Right. I think it ties up a little bit also with the story of Noah. The whole idea of saving the animals because people didn't want to be saved. So here is Jonah feeling the same way. People don't want to be saved over there. So he's incorporating an animal to show that the creation and wherever it is that God created, the whole assembly will prevail. It will come through to the rescue.
Oh, that's interesting.
But his doubts are no different than the people of the flood with Noah. So
right.
Also,
they
think also that I read somewhere that there was like a hero legend that was told during those times about some person or creature that had powers, and they also copied a little bit of the story of that particular person that was a folk tale that was going on, and they built that story of Noah and then the story of Jonah.
Right.
There was a hero that was like a folk hero.
Well, he's an anti-hero to me. But what I think is interesting that the rabbis have all these amazing prophets, and then they incorporate Jonah as one of the prophets.
Because folk tales were still prevail. People sat around fires and told stories, and we know about Gilgamesh. I don't know if
Yes,
you ever read about
I
them.
do. Of course I
Yeah,
have.
the adventure of Gilgamesh. And then there is the story of the
Okay,
man
wait,
that
Tina, I
slept
want
for
to stop you
70
now.
years. Yeah.
I want to stop you now and see if anybody else has any ideas about why, what this fish could mean, this swallowing or being engulfed by this marine mammal or animal. What could it mean? What could it mean? Could it mean anything? Does it mean anything?
That the
Any
whole
ideas?
creation is in the hand of God.
Okay, that's a good one. Any other ideas about it? And then he does change his mind. He does change his mind. Well, I mean, honestly, I've thought a lot about it. I've tried to read about it, and I don't find anything satisfying. It's got to be a metaphor for something. It's got to be symbolic of
Okay.
something. But what's interesting is, okay, Rebecca, yes?
Well, being inside of the fish is dark. It'd be dark
So the darkness that we talked about.
in the darkness. And so then that refers back to what we were talking about earlier about them being exposed. Then God says, okay, I'm returning you to the light.
After he said, okay, I'll do it. Yes.
Yeah, but it seems like Jonah is now encapsulated in darkness, being inside of a mammal or a big
I think
fish.
that's a good, I love that. Thank you. That's a good, very good idea. So he was engulfed in some kind of darkness in the water as well. Actually, you know, it just strikes me, is this symbolic of the womb, like an opportunity to be reborn, to come out differently? Because, you know, he's enclosed and then there's water around that. And
That's
so
a good idea. Yeah, I
so
think
maybe
you're
it's
right.
some symbolic of the womb, but he comes out, and what's interesting is he goes to Nineveh and he says, God says you need to repent, and everybody repents instantly, unlike the Jews where the prophets are constantly haranguing the Jews, repent, go back. They all start, you know, and it's a sackcloth and ashes idea. That's the Yom Kippur idea of this repentance, and they're saved and forgiven. Unlike what Isaiah is saying in the morning, like, you're not doing that. You're not repenting. Susan, did you want to say something?
Well, one thing, I don't have an answer why this.
No, it's interesting though.
It's very interesting, and I think there's some midrash that actually one of the words in Hebrew and Penina, my mother, was for a female fish. So he was there with all of the stuff inside, but also the eggs for a recreation. I think the womb is a very good analysis of this. And there are references, to Noah in this. There's some Hebrew language that recapitulates the storm, you know, and
Well, that's true.
and
And
this,
the flood and all that. Yeah.
yeah. So there are several references that make you think of the Noah story. Then the other thing is I've read some backstory of Noah, of Jonah. When was it Eric or Benjamin said that he had a job, he left his job. Well, his job was being a prophet, for goodness sakes. So this is part of the deal in that job description. And I read that he had successfully and then unsuccessfully warned people, I guess, in Jerusalem too, the bad times were coming, and then they were saved when I forget whose army left. So he was afraid of his reputation. That he had warned people, and they think bad was going to come, and then it didn't. And he didn't want to be this as something personally. He didn't want to have to warn and then
And then look bad.
The false prophet. That was his job as a false prophet. Plus, he had great hatred to Nineveh because they apparently were really ruthless people. So
I'm sure they were. So I want to conclude with the idea that even though our impulse may be like Jonah, run away and hide, I hope that we'll listen to Isaiah this year and become a light and bring light as bright as noon to the world or to the people in our lives. So I want to wish you an easy fast, and may you all be written and sealed into the book of life this year.
Thank you.
And I'll see you
Thank
in
you.
Thank
Shul.
you.
Gmar Chatima Tova.
Yes,
Love
See you
you.
everyone.
Monday.
I think the
You
stories
too.
also comes to
Everybody
say
be
that we are
sincere.
not animals, we
Be
are
sincere,
people.
everyone.
Yes,
Shana
Shabbat
Tova.
Shalom and
Shabbat
Gmar
Shalom.
Chatima Tova. Bye.
Thank you, Rabbi. Wonderful
You're
session.
welcome.
Thank
Bye-bye,
you.
Rabbi. Thank you.
To everybody. Where's the little green needle? Here we go.